Hey Raz, how's it going? Hey, what's up, Raccoon and Terrell? Hey, what's up, Curtis and Hangerbird? I would be doing this for fun, but I also do it for a business, so it's not really kids' work. Think of it this way, it's a hobby to pass the time instead of sitting on social media all day. You gotta do your own stuff once in a while, Raz. I do it. I take days every once in a while just to do my own thing that day. You could always make this cash on the side. It's not the end of the world. Well, I wouldn't say this is more healthy. All this resin and paint's probably going to do me in anyway, but at least it's more productive. Alright, so the reason why I use the saran wrap is because if I have to hold it here, or if I have to hold it here, if you hold it by the silly putty, what happens is it starts to fall from you. And then, like, if you're moving your hand around the silly putty, all of a sudden, like, you're starting to pull it. See? And then if you're not careful, when you turn it this way, you might spray paint onto it. So what I like to do is, if by chance I'm going to have to hold this section, at least with the saran wrap, it's not going to spread and pull from me. So you can still use it from like something like this, but if you have to hold it from there, I do the saran wrap. Because silly putty, you know what it is the heat from your hands will start to soften it more. So it's just a preference for me. You know, you don't have to. If you feel that you're always going to hold it from your rod or whatever you're doing, you could do it that way. But you see how, like, you're putting the rod back here, your finger's hitting that? So if you could grab it from there, you could do this. It's just a little thing I do. Hey, what's up, Iceman? Hey, Eric. Well, I still want to do my own stuff, so I make time to do my own stuff. So, you know, I stick to the superhero stuff for commissions, because that's kind of what I like to do. So I don't just take on anything. I take, like the old saying is take what's on in your wheelhouse. So, I'm all about the superhero stuff, so I enjoy that. Yeah, the varnishes from Vallejo clog up my airbrush too. There's nothing you can really do about it. So I try to do my varnishes with the thicker brush, the Revolution, And then usually after maybe like a good, coating of an item, I have to clean it out. Because what it does is it really starts to clog up your brush fairly fast. I wouldn't say varnishing like through the airbrush is like a good idea because it clogs, but whenever I'm ready to start a new statue or if I'm going to do a good painting session that day, I clean out my brushes. So you just got to get used to like cleaning your brush out fairly fast, being able to break it down and get it done. I mean, all that's really getting clogged on the airbrush with the Vallejo varnish, it's the nozzle tip. If it's getting clogged in your airbrush, then I don't know if you're mixing it enough. But what it does is it's just drying out it's drying out at the tip of it. I wouldn't use acetone. I would stay away from acetone on an airbrush. I would pick up the stuff I use. Get this brush store cleaner. It's from Winsor Newton. So you can even so for instance, you see this paintbrush, it's all pretty much dried up with paint for like a past week. So this stuff is meant for your paintbrushes. So it's a little bit safer where it doesn't destroy stuff. So this is a bottle of that Restorer. So it basically works like acetone, but it won't like really mess with your brushes or your metal as much. So just by putting this in here and letting it sit for a while, like acetone, if you put this in acetone right away, like the paint gets eaten up right away, but the acetone's actually going to start killing your brush, start killing your like paint up here. But with this, it's a little bit safer. So slowly sitting in here, what it'll do is it'll start coming off there a little bit. Like I said, this is made for brushes. This stuff you can get like at any paint store, like Dick's, Blick Paints, Jerry's outlet stores. You get this stuff anywhere. So if you ever have a habit of like, destroying your paintbrushes, leaving them in. And what it does is it works slowly. Now don't forget this was painted up for a few days. But you just like let it sit there. This is made for paintbrushes. Yeah, acetone, it will sort of kind of slowly eat up the Teflon that's inside your airbrush. It will eat up any of the rubber pieces around your airbrush, and it will probably start pulling off the chrome. So I wouldn't put acetone unless you're doing unless you got an airbrush that's for like car painting. For me, I wouldn't use it. This is why I use this stuff. But even with this stuff, you still gotta, be careful not to breathe it in if you spray it. It's not. This stuff. Yeah, acetone and this stuff's not made for the airbrush, but you can still use it. So see, slowly it's bringing the brush back to life. It's slowly kind of taking this out without. And this is what I use to clean my airbrushes. So it's just a matter of just kind of letting it sit in there and kind of bring it back. You know, like if you have some other brushes that got caked up stuff, like this one's a little tiny cake, but not much. Kind of just go in there and... But you gotta be careful with this stuff though, because you can't do it next to a statue that you're painting, and you gotta really clean out your brushes afterwards, because if you get any of this chemical on the item you're working on, it's going to melt your paints. So if you're sitting there spritzing this and cleaning it, that splatter going onto an item you painted is going to really take it. But you see how it's taking off all this paint off the metal part too? It's Winsor Newton Brush Restorer. Winsor Newton Brush Cleaner Restorer. So whenever I pull out my airbrush parts, like the nozzle and the tip and stuff like that, I put them in here in this little cup, and what it does is it cleans out all that paint. So this stuff is really good. It's safer than acetone. It's not as strong as acetone, but it sort of works like acetone. So, but it's good to have it though. It cleans up your brushes, you know. Like I said, you gotta be careful with it. You don't want to, you don't want to get it on your fingers and then start handling a statue either, because the residue. So you want to make sure you clean your fingers too. But if you use gloves with this stuff, it might eat up like your latex gloves or your vinyl gloves. So you want to use probably latex gloves, but it's not really gonna kill you to get your fingers in this. You gotta test it to see if you can handle it. But, so you can see, just letting it sit in here and playing with it, you can see the brush is starting to slowly come back to life. The paint just keeps coming off. But this stuff will eat your paint on your brush handle, so... I mean, I was going to throw this brush away anyway. It was getting kind of messed up, but you can still bring it back to life. Now, if you really start to get in here with a thing, you can sort of really pull it back, but I gotta, I'm working on this item right now, so I can't really get this residue on my hand too much. Hey Jacob, working on Exodus today, and then what's up, Raphael? You can blow it through your airbrush, but like I said, you don't want to breathe it in, and you want to have an airbrush cup. So make sure you have one of those airbrush cups. When I say airbrush cup, I can't pull it off here. I have to turn the camera here. Hold on. Make sure you have one of these, and then always, every once in a while, if you have one of these, make sure you change like the filters in there. Because even the fumes spraying through here, that stuff can get, so like I said, be very careful with that Winsor Newton stuff. A clipper? I don't know what you mean by a clipper. Oh, yeah. I don't know. There's tons of ways you can come up with stuff to, whatever. I don't know. I have those. There's They have those. They have like paint bottles that have like a brass like spinning thing inside the bottle where you could put your paintbrushes in there, and it helps it from like, it helps clean the brush, plus it helps it from splattering. I mean, if the acetone works for you, then keep doing it. I mean, I personally, with me, I could feel the difference between acetone and that Winsor Newton. So if you put the Winsor Newton on your finger, it doesn't feel like it seeps into your skin. But if you have acetone on your finger, you feel it like seep into your bloodstream almost. So, like I said, the Winsor Newton's a little bit safer. Whenever I use acetone, I only use it outside in the garage. And I put on 2 layers of latex gloves, and I wear goggles and my mask. Just because I just know acetone's really, really potent. But I try not to get that like seeping into my hands too much. And anytime I get paint on my hands, like paint, if I can't get it off with soap, I'll just use nail polish remover. Because nail polish remover is like acetone, but it's a little bit safer because, you know, people dip their fingers into that crap. So, I mean, if anything, nail polish remover and the Winsor Newton stuff as far as I'll go with my airbrushes. Because, you know, what is it? Like, you atomize the airbrush. So even after you clean your airbrush and you go to spray it, like even with water, there still might be some acetone residue in there you don't want to breathe in. All I'm saying is just be careful. That's all. That's Yeah, Raphael, it will eat your chrome. So will ammonia from like Windex. It will eat your chrome. I mean, don't forget too, I airbrush a lot more than you guys almost every week. So I try not to, I don't want to kill an airbrush like, every 2 or 3 or 4 months type thing. So try to stick to certain chemicals. But I mean, airbrushes last long. It's not like, at least the good ones are not going to like die on you after one use of acetone or something, But over time they will. But if cheap airbrushes, I can't guarantee anything. Like if you get like a cheap like $20 one off eBay, a no name, I can't guarantee like acetone won't eat that thing alive. You never know. I always feel with airbrushes you get what you pay for. I'd rather like a $50 airbrush versus a $150 to $200 airbrush. I feel that, over time the clogging, the headaches, the repairs, it just adds up to the same amount. At least that's been in my experience. So like for instance, I had the Sotar 2020 Badger that I got from when I was first started getting into this hobby at the Wonderfest show in Kentucky. And the airbrush was fairly or cheaper. It was a good airbrush, but the amount of money I put into repairing the needles, the parts, the clogging, I added everything up after a year versus when I got the Iowa. Like literally an Iowa airbrush lasted me a whole year and I never had to repair a needle unless I dropped it. Whereas the Sotar 2020, I was buying $5 needles like every other paint shop. So I said, why have an airbrush I always have to replace the damn needle when I can get the good one and literally just keep going. So just my experience. I know other people live by Badgers and are like, it's the best airbrush out there, but for me, I'd rather go with it. Yeah, it'll last you a long time, Iceman. The Badgers, I mean the Iowa tip brushes I have now, I've had them for like 8 years now. But it's time to, upgrade because the chrome is getting, and everything's getting all like messed up in the internals. So it's time to get rid of those. I got a side project I'm working on actually. If I can get it done this summer, I'm going to use the funds from that to pick up some new brushes anyway. So Oh no, Jacob, this is for a client. This is their kit that they want me to paint up. Basically, it was something that it's been in work, you know, been waiting for it to be sent to me. They contacted me a long time ago to get on my list. So every time I guess it was ready to ship, it got delayed a bit. I'm not really sure. Iceman, everybody has their own style and their own learning practices. I mean, to this day, I still get people who bitch at me for doing you know, for the way I do things. You know, as artists, we all have our different preferences. But some people like to rage and get pissed off that some people are not doing it their way. I had to learn airbrushing and painting through magazines and doing it myself. We didn't have the YouTube back then. So I was just reading those airbrush magazines all the time. But I've always said it doesn't really matter how you get to the end result, as long as it's good and everyone's happy with it. That's all that counts. But some people, you know, feel that their way is the best. Yeah, I wish I had somebody I could contact, like, hey, how are you supposed to do this? But I was learning, basically, my first airbrush was my cousin's. She had an airbrush kit for nail, you know, painting nails, but she never went through with it. So since she was my older cousin, I bought it from her back in 1996 or 97. And basically I had to learn how to do it all on my own. So there was a lot of learning curve back then. Yeah, so yeah, as long as it's working for you, go for it. I'm just gonna let you know how I do things, but otherwise, if your result is nice and you're happy with it, you know, if you slice your fingers on every time you sand and you cut something and you lose a quart of blood at the end of the project, but it comes out amazing, then doesn't matter. You got a good project. Yeah, Rick, I think I bought one of those $15 kits too, or those $11 kit badgers back in the day with the can. But then when my cousin said, hey, I have an airbrush I'm not using, I'm not going into that profession, you want to buy it? I was like, yep, I'll buy it. You know, if you're gonna worry about damaging your airbrush, you'll never get anything done. You just gotta get used to realizing that it is gonna get damaged at some point, and you're gonna have to repair it. Whether you drop it, whether it gets old, just gotta learn to say screw it and just use the tool. And then if something happens, you just gotta correct it. That's all. I mean, there's times when I'm like, oh, I just put a brand new needle in there. I don't want to drop the airbrush. You know, and I'm always thinking about the damn needle instead of the work. And then there's times where I'm thinking about the work and I'll drop the airbrush and then I'll bend the needle. I guess the only point is that it's not the damaging the airbrush, it's the money repairing it's always the bitch. So, because they're getting more and more expensive, all the parts and shit. I'll tell you though, that Winsor Newton cleaner will clean your brush. It will clean enamels and it will clean lacquer, so I suggest you try it out, see if you like it. If you don't like it, then go back to acetone. I did a video on cleaning my airbrushes, and I did use the Winsor Newton bottle in that video. So if you want to like watch that video, how I did it, might give you a little bit of a better idea. Because you know what it is when you have a paintbrush that's clogged, you got to get that acetone and you got to get that Winsor Newton between all the bristles. But when your airbrush is getting clogged, it's on smooth chrome, and what happens is that Winsor Newton cleaner softens it up, and it really gets to the point where you can just like scrape it off with your fingernail, you know, if it's really thick. But that stuff seems to, you know, really clean my brushes. And then in my video, when you pull apart your airbrush, you get these off of eBay, you know. I never use the thicker ones, I always use the thinner ones. And basically, you know, I put my finger at the end of the nozzle. You know, after I pull off the nozzles, I put my finger in there and I drop the Winsor Newton stuff in there. And then what I do is I pull my finger off and I put this in here and I kind of clean out the inside. And then after that, it just goes out, and then all I have left is the paint in the cup. I don't use silicone. I don't know. I use this super lube stuff, which is it's non-toxic and it's no silicone. So this super lube stuff is made for your airbrush. I actually got to buy a new bottle, but when you pick up one of these bottles that comes with this, it's basically like just a lubricant. So what I'll do is I'll put a couple dabs around the trigger, but this is mostly for coating the needle, so like the paint doesn't bond to your needle. So this stuff is, I guess, used for coating your needle mostly. I tried those the Sonic cleaners, and it didn't do anything for my paints and my brushes. I even used that Sonic nail polish cleaner liquid, and literally it didn't do a damn thing. So that's why I use the Winsor Newton stuff now. Jacob, I clean my airbrush when it gets to the point where I see that the paint's not coming through correctly or it's getting clogged. So I'm at the point now where I know I need to sit down and clean out the whole brush. And then there's other days where I can just keep going and it's clean enough. But like I said, my brushes are old, so I gotta get some newer ones. It's getting to the point now where I have to clean it too often. So that means all the chrome is really worn away inside, so everything's just starting to get caked in there all the time. Yeah, Hanger, I tried that Sonic cleaner stuff and it didn't work for me. Maybe because I was airbrushing so much, and then it got to the point where I'm like, okay, I gotta clean it. There was too much on it. I don't know. But I like the Winsor Newton stuff because literally I can clean out the brush in literally now in like a minute. So used to being able to pull it apart real quick, go into the sink, put the Winsor Newton stuff on, clean it, wash it, put my airbrush back together, I'm ready to go. Yeah, my Chrome is pretty much gone on my HP as well. I showed it last stream. So you can see inside the cup, it's all you can see all the chrome's going away, whereas this backup one, the chrome is still in there. So basically what it is all the inside in here is pretty much shot. So how long did what last? This brush? This brush I had for 8 years now, I think. I've replaced all the other parts. Ah, damn, hit myself with the needle. See, that's a good thing about these needles. They're strong, whereas the Badger one probably would have bent on me. But I've replaced pretty much everything here except the main housing. And the main housing is going to hell. So I need to get another backup one and then move this one to my, well, I have one of these. No, this is not the right one. Hold on. The wrong one. So there we go. So you see in there, it's got it's a little dirty, but inside, when I clean it with water, the solution, it stays clean. Whereas it down in there, the paint sticks. So basically, what I'm going to do is I'm going to buy another one of these as a backup, because I always like to have a backup because I do this for a living. And then what I'll do is I'll throw this one on eBay, and then I'll have another one as a backup, and I'll kind of rotate them. Yeah, the Sotar 2020, it's not a bad brush, but it's like a headache brush. It just became a headache with that damn Sotar. You know, when I first started painting, I'm like, oh, this brush is amazing. It's not one of those, you know, cheap $50 airbrushes, blah, blah, blah. But then I was like, ah, I gotta find something better. The good thing about the old airbrush, I could put it on eBay for, like, even if I sold it for 20 bucks or something, somebody would still buy it. So you can always kind of get some money off of the old piece on eBay. Mr. Sir? No, sadly I've never done a custom all for that character. The closest thing I've ever came to is probably Savage Land Rogue statues I've done. I've painted up a couple kits and I also customized one on my channel. But I've never actually made that character. I'm not really familiar with it either, so... Yeah, Hanger. Badgers were always headache brushes for me. I never got my badges to work correctly. And I never really liked that. I found out when needles are soft metal instead of hard metal. And then that's when I realized that I had to spend the money and get something better. Yeah, Iceman, what I would do is just get rid of that old brush, because I was like, oh, I'm going to save these brushes, I'll find a use for them. And then I always found myself just going back to the same brushes over and over, just like, you know, sculptors do it. There's a lot of sculptors out there who are like, you know, they stick to that one tool, and that's all they ever use. So, kind of the same thing with the airbrushes. I had so many different airbrushes at one point, I'm like, why do I have all this crap? I never use it. See, now you got me a Bud Roots Cave Woman. I'm gonna look it up just to see what it looks like. Not really sure. Roots Cave Woman. I see what you're talking about. Okay. It's a funny looking character, but no, I've never done a character like her. Yeah, Mr. Sir, I just looked it up. She definitely has a fun style to her. It's not a character I ever was asked to do or something I even knew about. I could see like one of those anime kits being turned into a character like her, but something like that would probably be more of a commission for someone asking me than this for me to do something on the side. The only thing is, it looks like she's got a specific look to her face, though, you know? Well, I still have that nose art girl kit I'm working on. I haven't. The reason why I haven't bothered finishing her was because if I finished her, I would not have any room in my display room. But now that I'm almost finished with building my display room, once I get my last cases in, I can actually finish her up. But I'm not making her from like the painting up the fuselage. I did something different for her. I can show you real quick. She's been sitting up there for a while now. This was that one kit was the nose art girl kit where she's painting up the fuselage, but I swapped out the head, and basically right now, like I said, she's just been collecting dust until I can get this TV room set up. But Roberto Van Burr sculpted her. But yeah, I swapped out the head for a different head, one of Jesse's garage kit paints. It's the fire elemental head. So far it worked out pretty good. But she'll get done once I get my TV room set up. Then I can actually paint her and put her up on display. I didn't want to paint her up and have her sit on the floor or something for a while. Yeah, I did a video on it. I started a video series. It's just that I haven't had a chance to finish it. It was I have literally a shelf next to me, which I can't show a lot of the stuff I'm working on, but there's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 items for myself. But I haven't bothered with them because I didn't have anywhere to put them. And if I finished them, they would be on the shelf up there and they would collect dust. So I'd rather let them collect dust before I paint them, so. Yeah, I got a lot of stuff to do. The problem is, like I said, I could have been doing a lot of this stuff on the side, but I don't have anywhere to put it. Hey, rolled up ferret. Well, one of my favorite characters is Power Girl, but as far as to make, I would say Harley Quinn and the Jessica Rabbits were fun to make. Because I like to do the what if versions of those characters. Because Harley Quinn and Jessica Rabbit you can make into anything, and it works. Those are fun characters. You know, you want to do a police Harley Quinn. You want to do a a prisoner Harley Quinn. You want to do a Jessica Rabbit as a like a Vegas showgirl type thing. Like anything worked for those two characters. You should look up my customs then, rolled up ferret. I took the sideshow Jessica Rabbit statue, and I made a Playboy bunny. I made a Harley Quinn out of her. I did a Phoenix. I did a Miss Marvel. I did a Wonder Woman. I did what else I do? Oh, I did the Slave Leias, which were very popular. I did, when I first did the Slave Leia Jessica Rabbit, that was something I did on my own. Because I had a broken Jessica Rabbit. And then, after I did that, it kind of blew up. Like, there was like tons and tons of people asking for one. But the prices for the Jessica Rabbit on the secondary market were too much for a lot of people. So... my paints, I get them at the hobby store. Alright, we might kind of, hopefully the camera doesn't go out on me. Those are my paints over there. So basically all my paints are Createx, Citadels, Vallejos, Goldens. Well, there's all kinds of different paints. Right now, this is the Citadel Megaroth Knight. I'm going to use as a base purple, but there's not enough in here, and I completely forgot to go to the store. So I'm going to mix up a little bit batch for this character. Yeah, the Jessica Rabbits can... If just those Sideshow Jessica Rabbits weren't so damn expensive, I would do a lot more customs on her. But, sadly... Very, very expensive item. So as of right now, the Citadel, so this is what I normally do. So Citadel, there was only a little bit of paint in there, so I put some Vallejo game color into it. And this is just 71% alcohol, so or 70% alcohol. So there's about that much alcohol in the bottle, and then the rest of this is just tap water, and that's all I'm using to thin it down, because it was just a little too thick. And then I'm putting a couple drops of magenta in here too. I don't want this character to be like pinkish, because the client sent me a picture of someone who painted up like very pink color, but as the artwork he sent me, he's more purple. So yeah, there's actually, I think there's like 4 or 5 different Jessica Rabbits out there right now. But the reason why I like the Sideshow one is because once you take off the cloth, she's a bare female, and you can do anything you want to it. The STL files have the cloth is already sculpted onto her, so to chop all that cloth off would be a nightmare. So that's why I like the Sideshow one. Yeah, what people are doing now is they take the pictures and then they, I guess they scan the pictures and they make a sculpt out of it now. So I've heard a couple people have seen that Jessica Rabbit I've done, I guess. Or they've taken the Sideshow one and then they just sculpt over it. I'm not really sure. Alright, so the reason why I'm saving 2 bottles of this is because there's a thing that's on his chest that has the same cloth color. It's like a little tiny piece of rope, so I gotta make sure I save the colors for that. Now there's a ton of texture on this cloth area, so I'm just going to try to bring it out some. And then, instead of trying to do anything else to it. We'll go a little bit lighter. Hold on, because the UPS truck is here waiting on something today. Gotta get this side. I'm dry brushing at the moment. There's a lot of texture on the outfit, so I'm just trying to bring it out a bit. I don't know how well you guys can see it in the camera. It might look just purple to you, but there's a dark purple and a light purple now. Try not to go too bright. I don't want it to be like a dark and a crazy bright color. Trying to keep it a little bit more darker purple. This is some brown tint from Badger. Oh, did I open this one up yet? Is there one I have opened up already? It's black. No, I don't think I did. So instead of putting black in there or trying to do a darker purple or blue, I'm going to try to do some brown. See what happens in some shades. Yeah, so instead of trying to throw, like, you know, blues back in there or blacks, or try a different color like a transparency brown, gives it just a little bit of a different color to it. Was that the second hand you posted on IG? I saw the one you posted the other day. It was looking pretty good. I mean, it looked pretty good in the picture, but then again, it is a picture, so you probably know better in person. Well, what I'm doing, I'll try to show you in the camera. Clean this out. Only problem with this Badger stuff, it sort of clogs up fairly fast. So the idea is, what I'm trying to do is create a leather look. Trying not to do I don't want to do washes on this. So I don't know if you guys can see it. So I did a base coat of the dark purple. Then I did a dry brush of the lighter purple. And then I went in there with brown on top of it. So I'm trying to create like a leather look to kind of make the texture pop a little bit more. So by going back in there with that transparency brown, hitting in certain areas with the lighter and darker, you're also changing the lighter color a little bit here and there too. So it's not just like you're only, it's just what it is you're not just throwing it right into this little shade section here and that little shade section there. It's kind of hitting all over the place. So it's kind of creating like a worn leather look, kind of hitting with the texture. So it's kind of what I'm trying to do with it. Like when I first got into painting, of course, and then, you know, statues, is I was always trying to, like, you know, I got to hit this area and I got to, you know, so it's okay to let a little of that color kind of go around the edges and stuff and play with it. So it doesn't actually all look completely like so potent and perfect. I mean, in the camera it might, but in person I'm seeing some of the reds hit some of the lighter areas, which is the brown stuff. And then if what I can try to do next is, since it's kind of hard to hit it with the airbrush, let's get some of that transparency brown, water it down a bit, and then you can sort of play with it and sort of wipe it around a little, kind of let it get into the crevices. I have to water it down a little bit more. Don't be afraid to get your hands wet. Now you can see I do have paint all over my hands and I'm handling this because this is not supposed to be a super clean look to it. I'm also like licking my finger and putting it on, so it's not gonna kill the item. Because there's such a heavy texture on this. Just kind of bring out some of the stuff there a little bit here and there. And if you get too much in an area, you just wet your brush down and kind of pull it out. Like I say, try to stay away from, like, okay, you did this area and then you're going to use, like, what did you say? Smoke. So if you're using Tamiya smoke, it's basically just black. It's just a watered down black. So try to get used to, like, starting to use other colors to shade, like a darker green, a brown, a darker blue, a darker purple, a brown mixed with a red. Try to get away from, like, the black shading, unless the character's got black, you know, outfit or something. You want to try to start getting used to doing other colors besides just anything that's just pure black. It's kind of like a, it's kind of a lazy way to shade this stuff, and it just looks very, like, muted. So you want to start getting used to doing browns, reds, greens, blues. Like with this purple, instead of using black shading, I'm using with this is a Badger brown tint. So if you look at the brown tint on my finger, it's got a little bit of a red hue to it. So I'm shading the purple with this instead of going like, you know, bluish or dark purple or whatever. So in certain lights, you're getting sort of hitting that little bit of that red tint to it. Yeah, that's true, Raccoon. You could do that too. You can follow the color wheel, which is your complementary colors and your primary colors and stuff like that. But with superhero stuff, you can have a little bit more fun with it. You know, what it is, I think a lot of the newer painters, like when I was, you know, going to the Wonderfest shows and stuff, everyone was just kind of getting used to slapping blacks onto their shades. So you just got to kind of get away from that if you can. I mean, far away it looks like I'm using black, but it's not. It's just darkening up the area. Because there's only so much you can do with an airbrush. So just a little bit of watered down transparency, just kind of getting it in the area a little bit. Yeah, and see, one of the things about black color is if you put black in any color, you already muted it down. So try to get used to using browns to darken your colors, darker greens if you can. It'll start changing your just change your thinking, I guess you can say. Now I'm saying everything has to be, you know, like you have to do with everything, you know. Just gotta kind of get used to it. Especially if you use yellow. Never put browns, greens. Like yellow is the worst color in the world to deal with. In my opinion, and a lot of the other painters I went to art school with said they hated yellow as well. But the minute you put a tiny drop of brown, green, blue, and yellow, it just goes to hell on you. So that's another thing to stay away from. Any kind of darker color with yellow. Now, the other thing too is when you paint, like when paint is even, like say this paint feels dry, but it's still not, it's still shiny. Paint is always lighter until it dries and then becomes darker. Or until you flatten it down. So this is, if you look in the light, we're getting a reflection. So it's still wet, and I still have to tone it down. So that's another thing too. That even goes to like if you're painting your house walls. Paint always dries darker. Well, I think an easier way of painting yellow, in my experience, is get it to a mustard yellow. So if you have yellow, instead of trying to make it like lemon yellow, like, you know, pure yellow out of the bottle where it's super bright, put a little, like, couple drops of raw sienna in there, or like orange. Try to take it down a bit, and it'll be a little bit easier to paint. Unless the character calls for a super bright yellow, then just good luck with it. Well, if you use a white base, you'll get a nice bright yellow. If you use gray, you'll get a sort of greenish tint. I've always found that if you want to do a bright yellow, like a really bright yellow, coat your item in a Tamiya Titan Gold. So this will give you a nice metallic base. And then when you put, like, if you want a pure yellow item on top of it, you put yellow over this, and the yellow comes out really nice. And it helps spray it along, because what happens is, like, yellow, like, depending on what brand of yellow you're using, it's always sort of see-through. Like, there's, like, a lot of the yellows out there are really not, like, pure solid yellow, except the Citadels and maybe the P3 formulas. So, like, even this P3 formula yellow out of the bottle still kind of eh. So, basically, I would kind of mix it down a bit. If you want a bright yellow, see, you gotta think of yellow as almost a transparency through most companies. So if the yellow is going to be a little bit of more of a brownish orange tint, you could do a red or brown base. If you want a little bit of a green tint to it, you do the gray primer. If you want a bright yellow, try the titanium gold or a white base. Yellow's just a pain in the ass. That's all I can really say. It's just a pain in the ass color. And the sad thing, if you paint superhero stuff, a lot of characters have yellow. I think the one professor at my art school says that, you know, if you find someone that likes the color yellow, it means they're psychotic, so be careful. I said that's good to know. Yeah, we had that whole color theory class, and it was like, if you like blue, you're kind of more laid back. If you're green, if you're red, it's like anger or you're passionate. If you're green, it's kind of, I forgot what green meant. But the color yellow meant you're crazy. If that was like your favorite color. I got a cousin who, her favorite color is yellow. And I always told her after art school, I said, you know what that means, you're crazy. She loves the color yellow. Yeah, she's a, I don't know. I mean, she's my cousin. I really, she's an older cousin. She's an 80s child, so I guess 80s kids were a little bit more crazier. No, she didn't deny it. She just laughed when I told her it. But that was years ago when I got out of art school, I told her. Alright, so I think that's good. I think we start dulling this down. Freddy, yeah, when I see a paint up and I see like red and I see a black shade, to me, it's too potent. I would, honestly, I think you should try to get away from black. I would go toward, like, try to get used to using burnt umber instead, or raw umber. So raw umber is like a really dark brown. So I would actually get used to using this to shade your stuff a little bit more, you know? And then maybe from there you can get used to doing a little bit of blues and greens into your stuff. I mean, if that's what you like and you're having fun, fine. But I would try to start getting away from black paint for shading everything. I personally am not a fan of it. Like, if I'm going to do Deadpool, I'm going to do mahogany mixed with red as my darkest red. So that would be like one of my favorite, this is kind of like my favorite color to darken stuff is mahogany from Model Air. So it's basically like a red brown. It's fairly dark. So this is a really great color to drop in with blues, drop in with reds, oranges, purples to do your darker colors because it's got a little bit of red in it. So I mean, if you're following comic book art, you know, they do black like line work and then they start coloring it, but on a statue it just seems to it gets muddy to me. So, and then this is, you know, this is like with a lot of the professors in art schools, like when my one color theory class freshman year, we had to mix colors, and it was all about mixing colors. It wasn't about painting, it was just about mixing colors. And the professor says, I don't want to see a black bottle of paint in the class at all. You have to learn how to mix with blues, purples, browns, and just other colors and greens to mix your colors. Because if you get used to just black shading everything, it's kind of lazy. So, I mean, it's something to practice, I would say. It's kind of stepping up your game on mixing paints. It's a good way of learning. It's a good way of practicing and trying different colors. Like, you know, when I went to art school, you know, as a high school kid, I'm like, yeah, I know everything. You're not going to teach me shit. But, you know, you start sitting there and you start learning that just try to get away from black paint on everything. I understand, like, comic book statues and stuff, it does work, you know, and you can do it for certain things, but try to get away from it if you can. Okay, so since this is like a leather, but it's not, I'm trying to think if I should put satin on it. I think a satin might look a little bit better. Yeah, so if I do satin, it'll have a little bit of shine to it. It'll make it look a little bit leather, because it's got that leather texture. But if I flatten it, we'll do 50-50. Maybe that's what we'll do. So there's satin and there's matte. So matte will dull it down. Satin will give it a little bit of a sheen, and then gloss would give it really sheen. But what I'll do is I'll mix 50-50 of satin matte, and then maybe it'll kind of help not make it super flat, but not make it shiny. getting a little clog in the airbrush. Pain in the ass with this stuff. Alright, so the items that are already painted, I'm putting on the shelf over here. Get those set up. Start pulling off the masking. Francis, are you asking me? Because for highlights, depending on what I'm doing, I airbrush it and just kind of blend. I don't use pastels too much, mostly just for faces. The reason why I don't like pastels too much is even though they work good for, you know, like textures and stuff, I feel that, I don't know, just not a fan of pastels anymore. So I try to do everything with the airbrush. I'd rather have the paint show everything. But I mean, pastels are good for, you know, certain areas you just can't do with an airbrush. So I'm not knocking them. But I don't like pastels. If I'm going to use anything, it's going to be women's makeup. Because I feel that women's makeup is already super fine. And it's already ready to go. Where pastels, you got to sort of grind it out yourself. I know they have paint pastels where it's already like, they're already grinded for you. But at that point, you might as well just buy women's makeup. It's cheaper, and they got tons and tons of colors. Yeah, just like even if you use pastels, you still gotta seal it. So varnish, you know, the varnish helps seal it, or any other sealer you use. So this may look like a black paint, but this is actually like a 90% black. It's a color I mixed up with some metallics and pearls in it, and then I dulled it down. But yeah, if you want to, I'll show you the drawer. So, like, I have a bunch of women's makeup over here, and then I have a women's makeup pastel thing you get off of eBay. Just gotta make sure you get flats and not metallics. But yeah, I have trays of women's makeups and stuff that I'll use for statues. This was stuff I just took from my cousin. She was throwing it all away, so I collected a bunch of this. And then these things you get off eBay, these little pastel, you know, women's makeup eyeliner stuff. So that's what I like to use. But like I said, if pastels are good and you like them and you get the look you want, that's fine. But I just don't, I'm not a fan of it. Like I did his face all with the airbrush. I mean, it's kind of hard to see in with the lighting, but it's all airbrush and not really any pastel work on there. So I tried to do as much as I can with the airbrush to give myself grades and textures and blend it all out. One of the reasons I don't like pastels is when I was really getting into this hobby, and I started doing a lot of, I did do a lot of the pastel work, because, you know, the guys at the Wonderfest were like, pastels, you got to use pastels. So I started using pastels on skin tones and stuff, and then when I was using, I really didn't know much about silly putty yet, so I was using tape, and I felt that the times that tape would pull up the pastels and not the paint, and I didn't like what it was doing. Of course, then I discovered silly putty, but no, I'm not a makeup. I wish I was a makeup artist. Those guys are, oh man, makeup artists are amazing. Yeah, I know a lot of the guys in the hobby use oils, and oils will look awesome, and they do a really great job. I've tried some oils in the past, but I had bad reactions when I started to try to seal stuff with oils. But I know there's a couple guys that love oil washes, and they do a really amazing work with the oil washes. So you'll probably get some really nice effects with those. I like the way that purple pops out against the darker color. Alright, so we're going to let this stuff dry out before I mess with it anymore. Tomorrow we'll be starting the metallic trims and everything. Close up all my paints. See what time is it? We still got a lot of time left. Alright, let me going to do some sculpting now. So this is kind of what I do. If I don't have anything else to paint during the night, I'll hop on a sculpt at the end of the night because I can get dirty. But let me wash this stuff out and I'll let you guys know. I'm making we're turning her into Scarlet Witch. So I did some work last night. It's kind of where I'm at the moment. Yeah, it's an LSB, Legendary Scale Bust. It was a black cat. I'm doing a Scarlet Witch for someone. Guess I could put up the picture of her. Kind of what we're following. Sort of following that. Actually, I want to get something to drink and I want a Rice Krispie treat. And then I should be ready to start sculpting. Try not to eat in the camera. A little bit of a snack. Now I couldn't pretty much whatchamacallit, I couldn't do that texture exactly like she has it, but came up with my own little design. And I guess her sort of comes around like here. And these Rice Krispie treats have a different taste of marshmallow. The other ones had a weirder taste. It's not bad. So the idea is I'd do runes coming down like there, and then runes coming down here. And then So what I guess is I'll grab some A's, I'll roll out here, I'll roll it out, layer it on, and sort of create the line. So Freddie, yes. My my little story is I was a graphic designer. I moved down to South Jersey with the company for 11 years. Well, 10 years. My 10th year, we moved down to South Jersey. I bought a house because it was cheaper. And then after I bought my house, 6 months later, they closed the business down. So I was doing statue work on unemployment, and then more and more statue work was coming in, and more was coming in, and then I said, screw it, I'm going to try and make it a full-time thing, and that's what I've been doing since 2012. I've learned with the internet, it opens up the world for possibilities you never could have dreamed of before. And schools don't teach that to kids anymore. So I see guys now that draw all day long. You know, they have Patreons where they draw, and that's what they do for a living. There's people who sew dolls for a living all day long on the internet. And I decided, what the hell, you only live once. Yeah, Raccoon, I feel I am lucky, but the other thing too is it's not like a typical 9-to-5 job where, you know, you work 9 to 5, you get your paycheck, you go home, and you have the night and weekend to do whatever. I do work all day, every day, pretty much. But it doesn't feel like work. That's the difference. So if there's something you love, and like I said, schools should really teach this, but they don't. Like, you know, higher education, schools don't teach you this crap. You should be learning how to start a business in high school, you know? Not like go to college and still don't learn how to start a business. If there's something you love doing, you just gotta find a way to make a living off of it. That's all, you know? It took a long time though, too. It wasn't like it just happened overnight. I've been doing this since, you know, the way this worked out is in 2003 I discovered statues, and I discovered Bowen designs and stuff. And then basically I had a 9-to-5 job, but when I would come home I would kick off my shoes and I would work on statues. Yeah, that's true, Raccoon. That's exactly what they want. But every day after work I would come home, I would kick off my shoes, I would work on statues, I would paint, I would sculpt, I would do kits. And then Saturdays I would go to my parents' garage and I would chop statues up and sand them down. Sunday I would do the same thing. And then I did that for year after year after year. So I was perfecting this while I had a full-time job. So, you know, if you have a full-time job and you don't do anything on the side and you just come home and watch TV, it's, you know, you're not really doing enough, you know. So like, after I graduated art school, I was doing this stuff on the side to pay for my hobby, which I would collect comic books and statues. So this will also started helping me, you know, get a little extra income plus create this as a skill type thing. Um, you know, I try to tell my little cousins, you know, like if you're going to college, when you get out and you get a job, do something on the side you enjoy, create a hobby, do something. But too many people just want to, you know, watch the latest thing on the Disney Plus channel or something instead of actually work on stuff. Like I said, with the internet, it's you know, you'd be surprised what people do now and they make money. I mean, my cousin who's an auto mechanic, lately I didn't even notice. He's older than me. He takes a lot of car parts now and he welds them together and creates little like sculptures and little monsters and type of stuff. And he's actually making good side money while he's a mechanic doing stuff like that. So, you know, there's so much out there you can do. You just gotta do it and get it out. That's all. But like I said, it's not a job where, you know, you're making crazy amounts of money and, you know, basically I live within my means. I have a very small house and I don't buy junk. I paid off my student loans early too. So when I graduated art school, right away the focus was paying off those student loans. Instead of going out partying every weekend or blowing money on stupid shit, I was, you know, getting my shit together so I could buy a house. Yeah, you know, the way I look at it now is once I get older and I can't do it anymore, I'll go work at Walmart or something, you know. Yeah, I was born in New Jersey. I lived in PA during art school years because the art school was in Pennsylvania. So I lived out there for a few years and then came back to my parents. And instead of like, the goal was stay with my parents for a few years, get a job, because I was on like that 6-month plan after art school. Because after I graduated art school, everything became computers, where graphic design took over everything. So I learned traditional illustration. So when I graduated, everything was, so I had to actually learn all computer stuff too. So I was like living in Barnes and Noble. I bought a Mac computer. I started doing all that stuff. So the goal was I worked at a company for 6 months and then I realized I wasn't going to go anywhere. I quit that job and I get another company. So I kept getting graphic designer jobs. I worked in Manhattan for a year. I did all that stuff until I got this one job and I realized this job was as good as it's going to get. So I stayed with them for 11 years and then graphic design just died out. But the goal is next. The next goal is when I'm ready to retire to get out of Jersey. So. They didn't have ZBrush when I graduated. By the time ZBrush came around, I was more in-depth into doing this, so. Yeah, I understand, Freddie. If you got a wife and kids, it's a different story, so. Iceman, I graduated in '98, so they didn't have that stuff back then. Alright, let me roll this out, be right back. That. Yeah, Jacob, that's exactly when the company went under. 2012, he closed the company, and at that point, I was sending out resumes like you would not believe. I was sending out resumes all across the country, and graphic design just went kaput overnight, basically. And that's when I realized that I said, screw it, I'm going to do this statue stuff for as long as I can and see what happens. Like, when I went to unemployment, they were like, you know, you can't do your own thing. We got to teach you what to do. You're going to be digging ditches and stuff like this. But I was like, you know, I'm doing something on the side that really might be a good opportunity. And they were like, no, if you want to collect unemployment still or do whatever, you have to do what we tell you. So I said, screw it. I'm not collecting anymore. I'm going to do this. Freddie, no, I don't see a need to. I mean, why work for a company when there's sculptors out there who are making way more money now than working for a company by just doing commissions for people, you know? You know, also you gotta weigh the other thing too. I'm my own boss, you know? If I don't get the work done, it's my fault. And you know, like I said, I see guys on the internet now that do artwork, that do Patreon, that do all kinds of stuff, and they make a good living and they're happy. So, what's up, Jose? Yeah, you know, like I said, am I going to get rich off of this? No, but at least when I turn 65, if I make it that far, I could look back and say, well, at least I tried, you know? You know, when you work for a company, too, here's the other thing. I'm not saying working for a company is bad, but when you work for a company, you're not really working for the fans. You're working for the suits at the company. So when you have a suits around a desk and they say, Scarlet Witch has to look like this, it has to be like this, and it has to be that, the company has to make it that way. If somebody contacts me and say, I want Scarlet Witch to look like this, I get to give that person what they want. So it's a one-on-one type thing, you know? The companies, you know, I'm pretty sure Sideshow and all these companies do amazing sculpts, and then they show it to, like, you know, Marvel or DC, and then suits at Marvel, no, we can't have the character look like that, you know? So I don't know. I don't know, Jose. If I make it that far, we'll see. My own statue custom group? Nah, there's no need for it. I like what I'm doing now. I'm in my own little world. You know, I get to work with people one-on-one. I'm not in anybody's, you know, I'm just doing my own thing, and it's fun. Yeah, you're sending me more crap than I even know I'm supposed to do, so you might as well just start sending me your paycheck every week. But no, like I said, the world's changed now, and that's the sad thing about, you know, honestly, like, if you guys have relatives, kids, or nephews, or grandkids, or whatever, tell them to go into stuff like plumbing, electrical, carpentry, because nobody does that stuff anymore, and they can make a killing, you know. I got a cousin who literally can work 2 days a week and probably make enough money for the week as an electrician than he used to do back in the day. So trades and stuff like this are kind of like a dying skill. So people should start learning to do this type of stuff again. But like I got a cousin-in-law who he's builds kitchens, and he always tells me, if you know any carpenters, send them my way, because he can't find them anymore. Yeah, if you did a commission for someone, that works. You know, there's a lot of guys in the hobby that are like, oh, you know, they're so worried about the guy. So here's something I'll tell you guys. Me and my college buddy, we always talk about this. There's so many people that are worried about the person next to them, or they're worrying about this person that got a commission, or worrying about that person that's getting all the work. If you focus on your own skill and you work on it, you perfect it, and you keep doing it, you get better, you listen to critiques. You know, someone comes to you with a constructive criticism, take it for every penny it's got, learn from that, and then utilize it, and you can get better. You know, like when I was in art school, there was all these guys that were all, you know, kids were like, oh, that guy's shit, I could draw better than him, and there was all this stupid, you know, just stupid shit going on, and people had, you know, you just gotta learn to just do your own thing and not worry about the guy next to you. So if I was to sit here all day on social media and worrying about other people doing this or doing that, and I would never get anything done. So I just sit here in my own little world, I paint up all Jose stuff, and that's it. No, I don't want it to be VinceVell for Jose. He's got too much crap. He's a clown, so we have to limit him to stuff. Well, I'm just kind of telling you my experience, Hangerbird. Just kind of, you know, there's too much drama in the hobby. Just, you know what it is no matter what hobby you're in, there's drama. So that's why I just sit here and do my own thing. And just kind of give people what they want. Put food on the table and be happy. Yeah, there's always people that are gonna hate you, that are gonna give you issues, or too many people are worried about what everybody else is doing. That's why I refuse to go on Facebook. I ain't doing it. No, one of the other reasons too I don't want to go on Facebook, there's probably a lot of people that I know that would contact me that I tried to cut out of my life a long time ago. So I don't want them finding me. Don't worry, Jacob, we'll get to them. I'm still grinding out all this other stuff. Oh, trust me, Iceman, there is drama though. I know a lot of people like to tell me all the drama in the hobby, and I just laugh at it. Alright, what are we doing here? Okay. That's okay, Hangerbird. You could try and blackmail me. I'll just turn off streaming, that's all. Turn off streaming and just make videos and stick with that, and that's it. I'll sell the house and I'll go be a mountain man. Just do statues in the mountain all day long. Live off the land. Yeah, I would love to go to Florida, like Seinfeld, or South Carolina, or Texas, something like that. Yes, I do have some extra A's here, but I have a project on the floor that I'm using as a filler. So I'll probably pop that out in a second or two, but for now, just gonna keep working on this. While I was working on all these items, I pulled out my Power Girls, so I've been working on them a little bit. So, no, I'm not going to Cali or San Francisco. Hell no. I'm staying away from the West Coast. It's either south. I used to, when I was a kid, say I would move to Canada, but Canada's a little weird now. Not going to Canada. Alright, let's see how we can do this here. I don't know if I'm painting her on stream or not. It all depends on, like, during the day when I'm working on this, if I'm in the mood. Sometimes when I do commissions, I just gotta be in the zone, so it's kind of hard to stream that stuff. I don't know how I would do in Spain. Maybe if I was younger, it'd probably be a better option. Vallejo paints? Yeah, they still sell Vallejo paints. No, Vallejo just had some supply chain issues like every other paint company did, but they're still going strong. It seems like Vallejo got back up and running with paints, and so did Citadel's. But the Badger paint's been pretty hard to come by, and Jesse with his garage kit paints went out of business. Well, he didn't go out of business, he can't get the paints anymore. No, there's certain supply chains that are still having issues, but it seems a lot of the paints I use are getting back on track. But inflation killed resin though, so resin is still expensive as all hell. And I don't think it's ever going to go back down. Wait, you did anime kits back in the day, and now you're telling me this? How come you never sent me any pictures? Normally I don't say this to people, but for Jose, I want to see them so I can laugh at him. Only because it's him. Anyone else I wouldn't do that to. But him, I can laugh at. Oh, pre-statue form days? Okay, so that's back in the day. When did statue form start? So it was the Bowen site, and then Bowen shut it down. So yeah, we were all noobs back then doing this stuff, so. I had some of the old Cutie Honey kits too. That's kind of where I started as well. Damn, that's going back toward 2000, actually 1999, actually. Yeah, I think that's when I got one of those kits. Forgot where I got it from. I don't think it was eBay, because eBay didn't. Well, the eBay started around 2000, I think. Yeah, I didn't start airbrushing until 97, 96, 97. Graduated in 98. eBay came out around 2000, right? And I think I started buying kits off eBay. Because I remember I got that Akuma kit. It was that one Akuma where he was in the Alpha 2 stance, and like no one knows who sculpted the item, but it was like recasted 5,000 times to the point where each casting was worse and worse and worse. So yeah, I think I was getting mine off eBay back then. Yeah, I never found any kits around me in New Jersey. I would just have to like, I was introduced when I was finding them on eBay. And I think it was Hobby Link Japan where I started buying better ones. Then I found statue form and I kind of went more into this stuff. And I kind of stopped the kit building. Well, didn't they have a crackdown on eBay about anime kits there for a while too? I thought they did. Yeah, eBay was trying to crack down on all kinds of stuff at the beginning, and I think at that point they just kind of gave up. Yeah, everything was bootleg. Tapes, music, clothes. I think I stopped buying the stuff off eBay too because when I got that Akuma kit, the thing was so damn bad. I started realizing it's not worth buying this stuff anymore. Plus, back then it would take like 2 months to be shipped from the other countries. I mean, shipping took forever back then. Yeah, I don't know why Sosa gave up those kits. Well, part of it was because I guess he wasn't making good cash off of them. A lot of the guys I was doing the kits for either stopped buying them or didn't want to get into it unless they knew the whole line was going to be made. So a lot of the guys I was going to do stuff for all backed out because they realized that, you know, characters were never going to get made for it. So, oh, that's a delivery. Be right back. No, part of my adjustable shells for my casing. So I just got one more delivery coming, and I can start finishing up the TV room. But that delivery is a little bit delayed, so. Half the TV room is finished. The other half is just kind of collecting dust, which sucks. Yeah, last year I said screw it. I said I'm taking some money out of my savings and I'm gonna build a display room. No more having a crappy setup. Figure life's too short. Keep waiting and waiting, waiting for what? I think her runes I'm going to draw in later and then sort of etch it out a bit. I'll never, I don't want to screw up the sculpt. I think what I want to do is buff it down too and then put the runes in. But it does have one more line, so I'm going to do one more line. And then I'm going to texture the sides. So hopefully I don't screw this up. No, I stopped Street Fighter after 4. No, Street Fighter 4, because Street Fighter 5 I played it at the New York Comic Con when it was in beta, and the core game was absolutely horseshit. So I decided not to even bother playing it. And I was watching the tourneys and they were so boring, so now with Street Fighter 6 coming out, I doubt I'm even going to get into that, because they have a new controller system where it's catered toward people who want to just like one button combos. So you could switch on an option to do like one button like counters and combos. So like, what's the sense of the fighting game if people are going to switch that on? Now they say you can turn it off in your lobby, but what's going to happen is you're going to get a lot of kids who are going to get in there, hit one button combos, get so bored of the game and never play. Whereas even though Street Fighter 4 was really, really hard, and you had to really put time into it, and people bitched and cried, people still played it to get better. And I think that's what Capcom is not understanding, is that no matter how many people bitch about the game, they still kind of, it's like a hate-love thing. You hate it, but you want to get better. But now they're catering toward the crybabies. So I think, to me, Street Fighter's kind of dying out the way I used to like it. I know I'll get hate for that comment, or you know, people will be like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about, but you gotta understand, I've been playing Street Fighter since first Street, Fighting Street, or whatever it was called. So I like Street Fighter 4 because you really had to learn the game. Really, really had to learn it. But I was thinking about it. If Nintendo makes a new console, I was thinking of getting a Nintendo, so I can play games like Bayonetta and Zelda. Just thinking of doing something like that instead. But the problem is I don't have a lot of time to do it. Wow, they're doing that much for Capcom? I guess they really want to push the game. I mean, so far Street Fighter 6 looks good, but it's also scary of how, like, dumbing down it's becoming. So, we'll see. Yeah, the Zelda game looks absolutely... Oh, I haven't even played the other Zelda game that just came out recently, too, so... I'm so... I would love to play those games again, but I don't have the time. Yeah, that's why I never bought the Switch, because I didn't like the way the Switch was. But if they make a console like the GameCube or Super Nintendo, I would probably get back into it. Like, I love games like Bayonetta, Devil May Cry. I really like those type of games where you had to actually learn your combos. And I think when I think it was Devil May Cry 3. when you would fight the bosses, it came to the point where you had to hit like X, Y, and Z at a specific time, and that was the boss fight. And I was sitting there like, I want to fight the boss, I want to do combos, but the game made it so simple to fight. I don't know. I kind of gave up on consoles. Yeah, that's the other problem, Iceman. I just don't have the time to do that stuff. I don't, it'd be kind of hard to sit down on like, a Sunday and sit there for like 3 hours playing a game. Adulthood, being a, you got an adult on weekends too, so. Yeah, I loved all the old games. I still have them. I still got PS1, PS2, PS3. I have GameCube. What else do I have? I got N64, regular Nintendo. I still got all that stuff. The only problem is most of them I don't have a TV to play it on. I would have to get adapters for them. I'm probably going to start purging my consoles now because we're in the age of video games again. So now, like with the Mario Brothers movie, everybody's a gamer now. So maybe it's time to start selling off all my consoles and stuff. Make a little extra cash. Yeah, there's PC emulators. There's all kinds of stuff now, but like I said, I don't have the time for it. So I'm probably going to just sell everything off. I've been waiting for the video game boom again. And I think the Mario Brothers movie is giving us that boom. So now everybody who is a Marvel fan and a comic book fan, all of a sudden now they're like, oh, I've always been a gaming fan. I've always liked this. I've always liked, so comic books are going to start going away and video games are going to start coming up. Because Disney is probably buying up 5,000 IP to games right now so they can start making video game movies. Yeah, I have all the Capcom games. Resident Evil, Street Fighter Alpha, Alpha 2, Alpha 3, Third Strike, Marvel vs. Capcom 1, 2. I have all those still. Now they're not wrapped in the original packaging because I played them, but they're in mint condition now. I made sure that whenever I pulled those games out of my consoles, I didn't scratch anything. I wouldn't let any of my friends borrow anything in college. I was like, you're not touching any of this crap. So my games are in really great shape. So once everybody becomes a gamer now on online and that loves video games and it's the cool new fad, I'll start purging everything. Me, I have all the original stuff. I have all the original PS1, PS2, PS3 stuff. I even got Dreamcast original Street Fighter 2nd Impact or Street Fighter 3 Third Strike. I forget which one. I even have an import of Marvel vs. Capcom 2 or 3. No, 1. I got an import. Yeah, I used to live at the arcades too. If they would bring arcades back, I would go back to arcades. I would make that like a weekend thing. Go back to arcades again. Over in PA, so when I went to art school in PA, there was a mall in Lancaster. It was called, holy crap, what was the name of the mall? Park City. So when I went and saw my college buddy a few months back, he brought me there. And where they used to have the Sears outlet, you know, the Sears store, it's a arcade heaven. They have all the Street Fighter arcade games there. They have pinballs. They have a bowling alley. They have, I mean, the whole entire thing is just, I mean, I told him, I said, next time I come down, I'm going to spend a day in this damn place. I'm going to bring like $100. I'm going to sit, because I think what it is you pay to get in and you pay by the hour. And I'm going to just play games all day long. I told them, I said, if they had that when I was in art school, I would have never made it to the job. Because I used to get off the bus. I would go down to the arcade, which was a little dinky arcade at the mall. I would play Street Fighter Alpha 2 for about 20 minutes. And then I would go up to work because I would get to the mall early. But my boss used to have to come down to the arcade to get me, to tell me to get my ass up there because I was always late. Because he knew I was at the arcade. But yeah, if you guys are in PA, and you go to that Park City Mall in Lancaster, the arcade there is friggin' mind-blowing. I mean, they have the Street Fighter 4 Japanese consoles, like where you sit down. Oh man, I was like, holy crap. I was like, I wish I knew about this a few years ago. I would have been out there all the time. I lived on Street Fighter Alpha 2 and Marvel vs. Capcom, X-Men vs. Street Fighter in the arcades. I haven't been to Vegas since 2015? I went to the Evo Street Fighter tournament, Street Fighter 4. I actually entered in it, and I made top 128. Then I got my ass whooped. But at least I could say I entered into one of the contests at Evo. That was a lot of fun. I met up with two guys that I played with online. We got a hotel room together. I brought a little monitor. My other friend brought his PS3, and we brought our arcade sticks. So for a couple years of playing them online, it was the first time we were together in a room playing in front of each other. It was hilarious. That was a lot of fun. There was all people down the hallways. You could hear them playing Street Fighter in their rooms. Evo was a lot of fun back then. Iceman, you don't need to. If you go onto Amazon, they have arcade stick emulators. Literally, it's an arcade stick. It's got every single arcade game in the stick. They have the Super Nintendo, they got the PlayStation, and all you do is you connect the arcade stick to your HDMI cable in your TV, and you got every game on the stick. Everything's there. forget what it's called, Iceman, but just go on to Amazon and look up arcade stick emulators or games. Like, before you know it, they'll have every single thing you can imagine. They have like Street Fighter sticks, but there's some games that have 1,000 like 1,000 games, and there's ones that have like 5,000, 10,000, 20,000 arcade games. It's basically the emulator you can down offline. It's already built into a stick. Really, Jacob? That's pretty cool. Street Fighter 3 was a hard one to play back then. Still is a hard game. That's funny, Jacob. That's a hell of a boss right there. Oh, I remember that. I think I had this Saturn. I had this Saturn and I had Super Nintendo, but I sold those when I went to college, and then that's when I got the PS2. So I really wanted to get the Alpha 4, not Alpha 4, Alpha 2 game, and I wanted to play Resident Evil. So that's kind of when I moved on to the Capcom stuff, and I got rid of the Super Nintendo. I wish I never sold the Super Nintendo, but at that time, who knew, you know? You just were just happy to get rid of stuff and move on to something different. Different age. I think I still have it. Maybe my PlayStation burnt out on me and I had to get a new one. I had the first PlayStation where you could bring it to a Funko Land and they would actually solder the piece back, and you could play all the Japanese games on that PlayStation. Because what it was is it was the same PlayStation made in Japan was the same one in USA, but they just unsoldered it apart or something. That would let you play the different region games. I wish but I think my PlayStation burnt out on me, and I had to get a new one, and the new one didn't have that chip on it anymore. if I'm not mistaken. So it was a chip you soldered onto it, Terrell, or was it a chip that they just unsoldered? I forgot how it was, but I remember I had it. It's kind of funny, all that stuff was back in the day before the internet was really popular, so it was hard to learn about that stuff. It was funny though, because I don't know about you, but the Funkoland, I don't know if you guys remember Funkolands, they actually had a service. You could just bring it in there and they would solder your PS1. And I guess, I don't know if that was illegal, but the ones by me offered the service. They didn't care. Oh, that stuff was fun back in the day. I miss it. I miss it all. Yeah, that's true. It was a different time back then. I really didn't see many of the copied games. Most of the copied games I would see were, yeah, never really came across them too much at the stores I was at. It was more of they were just soldering stuff. And then there was this one store by me that would get all these import games. So like the guy had like a relative in Japan. And the guy used to get all the import. Now, a lot of the games we couldn't play, but it was just fun collecting these import games. So, I think the only one I have left, I think, is Marvel vs. Street Fighter import or Third Strike. It's one of those, or maybe both of them. I'd have to look at my shelf. Yeah, it wasn't really, flea markets by me were mostly just closed back then. You know, just people's junk. I never really came across, although I remember one year at New York Comic Con, there was a guy selling, the emulator. He actually made the CD. This was like, you know, before people knew what was going on. So there was an emulator CD, and he copied, like, he had like 500 copies of this thing, and he had a little TV set up, and people were playing all kinds of games. The first time I ever heard about emulating and mains. So he had a emulator CD, and he had a main, which was, you know, like, it was the Street Fighter engine, but it was all these different sprites that were added into it. And I bought the both discs, and when I went around New York Comic Con and came back, they were kicked out of the show because it was illegal to have. But the guy must have made like probably $5 grand in like an hour. Yeah, we have bootleg stuff here too, but I wasn't really in those areas too much. I'm sure in the city there was tons of stuff, but yeah, back then when things were fun. Now the internet killed. You know what? You know what I miss? They killed the hunt. You know, going out there trying to find these things, going to shows. eBay killed the hunt. Basically, you just go on eBay, type it in, you get it, ship it, and you're done now. What was it? What was I reading the other day? Generation X, we're the last generation to know a world without cell phones and the internet. After us, nobody will understand the world without a cell phone or the internet. That's crazy. Hell, my little cousins don't even know what a payphone is. Things were great back then, not anymore. All right. So here's a filler item for one of my Power Girl items that I'm working on for myself. I'm lowering her so she's not friggin' so damn high. So I worked out my rod the other day, chopped off the whole entire top part. Goal is start creating the key setup. Alright, that's where I'm calling it for a while until I do some other stuff later tonight. So I'm taking a break for a while. But, alright, you guys have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. See if I can get some stuff done tomorrow.